Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it. Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only two words echoed in his mind: martial god. Martial god. Martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds: fortuitous encounter. Murong Yen smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, "There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here." Situ Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. "Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south." Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "In that case, I'll team up with Murong Yen." After that, only Xiao Qin and Lu Ruyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Qin and Lu Ruyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Qin tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Qin could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god. Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhongli, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhongli. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. "Ha ha ha, I, Qin Outyan, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god." This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Outyan, whom Xiao Chen had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. "Let's go." Without even thinking, Qin Outyan strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhongli was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Outyan's interest, Zhongli could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Outyan to help them enter the city. "Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group?" Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhongli said indifferently, he better pray that I don't see him. Humph. Zhongli had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Qin, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin, Lu Ruyun, and Situ Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Situ Changfeng heard Xiao Qin's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly, we have to choose carefully." Xiao Qin looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Qin gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Qin, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Qin answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." "Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here?" Situ Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. "We are here." Right after Situ Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city, just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything. In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Qin made his choice. Alright, let's enter through the south gate, then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiao Qin originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed, and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city. Situ Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses, looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang! 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 All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yan punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fish light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yan. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yan sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Qian and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn! What the heck is this? Quickly go back. Quickly go back. Qin Outyen and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Jin Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus secret technique, cleansing extermination. A light flashed, and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Outyen and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Qian understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiaoqin, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight, as they charged forward. Xiaoqin shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang! Bang! Vital chi surged as Xiaoqin punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiaoqin felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon pattern battle suit that he obtained from Qin Outyin. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yen, protect me. Got it. Murong Yen shouted and threw a few punches. Then, he shouted at those damned servants, scram. Murong Yen charged over to Xiaoqian's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yen protecting him, Xiaoqian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiaoqian's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiaoqian opened his eyes and said loudly, everyone, gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together. Although they did not know why Xiaoqian said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiaoqian. Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less. Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said in a deep voice, I found a way to deal with these Deadpool. Murong Yen smiled and said, I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call. Right after Murong Yen spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The Flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiaoqin and the others. Saber Great Dao, Thunder Saber Dao. Xiaoqin shouted, and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, the great perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom! Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiaoqin had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tianyun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. Lu Ruyun, Duan Fei, quickly make your move. Xiaoqin said softly. Then, the two who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Ruyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh! Whoosh! As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. Success! Lu Ruyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. Xiaoqin, you are really something. Murong Yan exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he said, it's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao might tenfold. All right. Boom. When the Dao might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao might felt not only the pressure from the Dao might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Dao might shrank and returned to the bodies of Xiaoqin and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, Xiaoqin, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants. Xiaoqin pointed to the ancient city and said, this ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone. That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiaoqin could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. You! Stop right there. Xiaoqin called out to Lu Ruyun and said, come with me. Lu Ruyun asked in dissatisfaction, why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time, it is not up to you. Xiaoqin's forcefulness forced Lu Ruyun to follow him obediently. Go out by yourself. With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it circled around Xiaoqin a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Ruyun saw this scene, she said angrily, I am not even comparable to a stupid bird. That's right. In certain aspects, you are indeed inferior. Xiao Qin continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Ruyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen's casual words angered Lu Ruyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. Xiao Chen, quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well. Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. Let's go. Xiao Qin and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring. Pill River. The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Qin had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh! 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 Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Qin and Lu Ruyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance! Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Qin and Lu Ruyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away, and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in shock, "The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal." Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven-ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven-ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yan pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yan pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below, there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiao Qin to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yan had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiao Qin and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage. Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiao Qin soon discovered that the person Murong Yan mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiao Qin could not figure out the barrier. So, he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom! The moment Xiao Qin landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate grey-robed old man attacked him. When the grey-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged, and his aura was boundless. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the grey-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the grey-robed old man felt that Xiao Qin's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the grey-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the grey-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The grey-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh! 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 The moment Xiao Qin landed, a few people stood out from behind the grey-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Qin. Trying to bully me with numbers. Murong Yan and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiao Qin one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The grey-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiao Qin discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise, they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiao Qin's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, Lu Yuanzong will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiao Qin felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiao Qin and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiao Qin was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiaochen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword qi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword qi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Pu Ci. When the sword qi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom. 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 After Xiaochen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then, it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it. You bunch of trash. Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiaochen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiaochen earlier scolded, could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiaochen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiaochen again. Scram! Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiaochen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiaochen know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew, it still did not work. Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiaochen continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiaochen to quickly tell them the method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, What do you want? Xiaochen pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability. All right. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiaochen, are you confident? Lu Ruyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiaochen observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the essence-sealing god-locking formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now, one could break it with a soul tool. Xiaoqian did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiaoqian looked around and said, "Who has formation flags? Lend me some." Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiaoqian did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiaoqian received 10 odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiaoqian already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiaoqian, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiaoqian wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence sealing God-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. Whoosh! As Xiaoqian continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiaoqian's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiaoqian and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiaoqian? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiaoqian said calmly, "This is an essence sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time." Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiaoqian, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. "Please." Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiaoqian and the others to enter first. "There's no need to worry. Let's go in." Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then, he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiaoqin directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh! 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 People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiaoqian's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn! This weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil. That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiaoqin. Before him was the tree that Xiaoqin had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha ha ha. Brat, your eyes are indeed unique, the gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiaoqin. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiaoqin, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yan roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud, and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. This won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max, this is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiaoqin, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiaoqin replied calmly, I remember that your red dragon palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your red dragon palace. A coiling dragon tree. Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red dragon true flame. Whoosh! Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiaoqin reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our red dragon palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiaoqin, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you. It is simply unimaginable. Xiaoqin retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiaoqin earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiaoqin and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiaoqin had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiaoqin immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. Paw! However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiaoqin defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiaoqin. Chapter 1953. Firmament's rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiaoqin, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Ruyun sent a voice projection to Xiaoqin as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiaoqin replied, there is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please. Xiaoqin stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiaoqin quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh! 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 The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiaoqin expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle. Gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. At first, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiaoqin had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiaoqian's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiaoqin had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiaoqin felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon essence energy. Spirit, said Lu, essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiaoqin could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then, his body quickly descended. Xiaoqin could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiaoqin felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiaoqin felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiaoqian's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiaoqin looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiaoqin and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiaoqin quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores. Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiaoqin could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiaoqin sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha ha ha. A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you, don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. No! I don't want to go down. It's not up to you. Ha ha ha. Xiao heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. Splash! Before Xiao could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiao was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Dao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Dao. Whoosh! 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 Xiao figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has. After strolling around the underground, Xiao discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise, it was a dead person. Xiao sent out a strong wind, and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chen pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast." Xiao Chen, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chen had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chen looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chen could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chen could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with 2 resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The 2 lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the 3's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy, Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang, 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted. Taiji explosion. Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiaochen did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiaochen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom! 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 Xiaochen's aura clashed with the three pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiaochen's only advantage was that the three pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiaochen's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battle Snow. Xiaochen executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiaochen a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiaochen did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning, rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiaochen did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiaochen saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiaochen's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiaochen thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiaochen had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epic. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiaochen relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon but the epic. Epics came and went. It was unknown how many epochs passed before the martial epoch arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 great desolate and ferocious beasts in the martial epoch was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god-demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiao Chen horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiao Chen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden, when Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiao Chen not back yet? Lu Ruyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tian's clone could not do anything to him. This time, he will be fine as well. Lu Ruyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiao Chen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiao Chen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Ruyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiao Chen is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Ruyun said, "Are you doubting Xiao Chen? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly, "Naturally, I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Chen. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Ruyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiao Chen gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiao Chen's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier." What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden? The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. Assemble! Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yan and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then, a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gate's people. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling Sword Gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud Sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ha ha ha. Look! Look! What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving. "Everyone, don't move." Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. "Shatter!" Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then, strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. "Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden, and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people." A ruling Sword Gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. "Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi." "What?" Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed, "Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die?" Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling Sword Gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yan retorted indifferently, "Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today, I will leave you all behind. Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes." Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. "Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Situ Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiaoqin is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Die. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom! When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it. Qi Yunfeng, put in more strength. Don't tell me that you are only capable of this. You bastard. This old man will kill you." Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates. Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. Good job. It is time for us to make a move. It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yan attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yan did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it! I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling sword gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Ruyun and the others arrived, the ice cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom! All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Ruyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. Ha! Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the ice cloud sword. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. You all. Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Humph. Do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Ha! Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave, under the medicine cauldron, Xiaoqian flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiaoqian held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiaoqian could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiaoqian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiaoqian like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiaoqian's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiaoqian's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiaoqian's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiaoqian feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiaoqian could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiaoqian was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break! At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiaoqian finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then, he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiaoqian's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiaoqian's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiaoqian's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Ha! Xiaoqian, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiaoqian could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiaoqian's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiaoqian flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world, you can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiaoqian. His speed was no slower than Xiaoqian's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiaoqian to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiaoqian was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble. The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Chen. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Chen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So, that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Die! Lu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then, a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiao Chen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, an electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this, light of freedom? As Xiao Chen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiao Chen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiao Chen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then, it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiao Chen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiao Chen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No! Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yan and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yan and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yan and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ha ha ha. Qi Yunfeng, oh, Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-toothed saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shwa. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter. Humph. A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people." Lu Ruyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now, she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on!" Lu Ruyun shouted, and his saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then, they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ruyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber. What is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "Humph. No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-toothed saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh! 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 Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-toothed saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-toothed saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the four rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon-tooth saber's secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The wolf smoke pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god's shadow bows shot out. Xiao! The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon-tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun Sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Chi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Qin was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now. Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now, Xiao Qin said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Ruyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Qin's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, there must be some misunderstanding. I can explain. Seeing that Xiao Qin seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, this brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the wolf smoke pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive. Xiao Qin said sullenly, is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you. The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then, Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god's shadow bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. Senior brother. The wolf smoke pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, you are seeking death. If the three of us work together, you will not be able to survive. Whoosh! Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Chi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Qin, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun Sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Qin continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun Sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Chi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. Sorry, I did not intend to let you go. Firmament's rage. Xiao Qin directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then, it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. You are going too far. Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Qin and said, Xiao Qin, what exactly do you want? The White Sun sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Qin. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, Xiao Qin, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner. Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, so what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death. I, Xiao Qin, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see. Xiao Qin twirled the god's shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God's shadow bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Qin. They did not know whether Xiao Qin could survive or not. However, if Xiao Qin used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Qin? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Qin on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Qin. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Qin took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier. Ah! The moment Xiao Qin said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Qin wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Qin waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then, they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiaoqin control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiaoqin managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew, he ended up losing his gains. Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiaoqin nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiaoqin appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy, the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiaoqin and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiaoqin, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go. You talk too much." Xiaoqin immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiaoqian's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring, and released. Qi Yunfeng, dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiaoqin again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling Sword Gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiaoqin. After using the Ice Cloud sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then, we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die, Murong Yen said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiaoqin put away the god's shadow bow and calmed himself. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly. Lu Ruyan asked, Xiaoqin, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this 7-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong? Murong Yan and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation. At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiaoqin did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiaoqin did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiaoqian's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiaoqin landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then, he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this 7-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the pill river. Originally, Xiaoqin had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiaoqin, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiaoqin. Senior brother, where are we going now? The white-clad scholar replied, we cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool, we can dominate. Alright, I'll listen to senior brother. The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiaoqin, they paled in comparison. When the god's shadow bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Xiaoqin still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool. The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining holy son Mingxian. The Black Lotus Holy Venerate's death allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Xiaoqin went to the Central Great Realm alone. Treasure Path of Buddha Light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie, flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy son Mingxian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me. The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Xiaoqin earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say it the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Xiaoqin and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Xiaoqin. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous qi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous qi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy son Mingxian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock wave still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang! 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 The holy son Mingxian's mind shook, and his qi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Xiaoqin and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous qi grew even stronger. He said seriously, life is like a dream, the curtain falls on prosperity. The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity, life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The holy son Mingxian smiled faintly and said, So, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Destroy. The Buddhist prayer beads in the holy son Mingxian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Mingxian's body at all. Only when the holy son Mingxian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy son Mingxian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy sun Mingxian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the holy sun Mingxian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang! 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 When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Mingxian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Mingxian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The holy son Mingxian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the holy son Mingxian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then, he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh! 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 After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city, "You are late." When Mingxian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadow spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Mingxian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. I was delayed on the way. The east gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4 rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising. Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Mingxian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal. A divine crystal that contained divine Dao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors, who surpassed sovereign personages, could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Mingxian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time." The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us. Xiao Chen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden, Xiao Qin, there is a total of 10 odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit, Murong Yen said joyfully. Murong Yen said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiao Chen said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. Should we not wait a little longer? Murong Yen asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiao Chen had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there. Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then, Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiaoqin. I can't just give up. While the others were not paying attention, Xiaoqin casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiaoqian's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiaoqin would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. Xiaoqin, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time, Situ Changfeng suggested to Xiaoqin. Situ Changfeng suggested to Xiaoqin. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiaoqin looked at the surroundings and nodded. Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you. Murong Yen took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong Yen chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Dao, which had boundless wondrous uses. Murong Yen received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ha ha ha. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Ruyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiaoqin shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, there is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Ruyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiaoqin guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The dead pool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiaoqin looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong Yen and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiaoqian's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiaoqin and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiaoqin approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying! I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong Yen said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Situ Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiaoqin felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yen and the others. Situ Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiaoqin stopped and listened attentively. Situ Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, "It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhongli and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyin." Situ Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Dao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong Yen smiled and said, "Zhongli actually allied himself with Qin Outyin. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us." Xiaoqin recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyin before. He asked seriously, "What is Qin Outyin's background?" Finding this strange, Murong Yen asked, "You don't know?" His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped two great Dao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murong Yen. He said with a grave expression, "They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race." Murong Yan's expression changed slightly. "Do we need help?" "I'm afraid we have no choice." Situ Changfeng said, "They are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are." Indeed, right after Situ Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon, Zhongli, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyin, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyin, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. "Ah!" A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. "What saber technique is this?" Murong Yen asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil, he had never seen it before. "We have never seen anyone with a saber before." The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhongli and the others saw Xiaoqin, they were startled. Then, they said joyfully, "Xiaoqin, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the flood dragon humans. Help us block them." Whoosh! 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 Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, "Yan Songming." Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yan Songming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yan Songming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people." Yan Songming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiaoqin. He said seriously, "Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Jin Yuan, you should be very happy, right?" Whoosh! The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiaoqin. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiaoqin, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murong Yen and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiaoqin calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering the black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiaoqin, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiaoqin was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple Xin Yuan. However, he now had hair, and his face looked older. When Xiaoqin saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Xin Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Xin Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Xin Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn! These dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiaoqin. Yan Sangming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the Divine Dragon Empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiaoqin sent a voice projection to Murong Yen and the others. Then, he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiaoqian's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiaoqian's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yan Sangming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiaoqin, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhongli and Qin Aoyan saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then, they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yen and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhongli and Qin Aoyan, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yan Sangming and Xin Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiaoqin and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today, I will kill all of you. Yan Sangming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiaoqin, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhongli. Xiaoqin did not move, as Xin Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of qi. Touch of death. As Yan Sangming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhongli like dragon whiskers. Zhongli's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing cloud hand. With a furious roar, Zhongli's hands moved rapidly. Layers of cloud surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain, falling water turns to ice. Zhongli's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhongli showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yan Sangming reach out and grab. Kacha kacha. The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Dao. Then, it grabbed at Zhongli. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost, and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhongli's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shwa! Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse, like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Riyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao! Yan Sangming hovered in the air. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yan Sangming looked at Lu Riyun, and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiao Chen noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Riyun. Xiao Chen had seen this Yan Sangming make a move before. Yan Sangming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiao Chen had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yan and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Riyun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yan Sangming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yan Sangming said indifferently. Yan Sangming said indifferently, his tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yan Sangming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Jin Yuan appeared where Xiao Chen stood. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had already retreated far away, Jin Yuan asked seriously, are you not going to draw your saber? Jin Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then, he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Jin Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Ha! That old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Jin Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Jin Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Jin Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiao Chen's, to break the mundane world. Jin Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber. However, in Jin Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses, and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Jin Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiaoqin. Then, it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiaoqin. The entire world turned into Jin Yuan's saber light. Break! Xiaoqin did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged, and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Jin Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Jin Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiaoqin. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiaoqin was forced back several steps, allowing Jin Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Jin Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Jin Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura Hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Jin Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist Sect 7 Kill Seal. Xiaoqin roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist Sect 7 Kill Seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded sevenfold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Jin Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Jin Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura Hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the sevenfold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura Hell instantly crumbled. Jin Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak killing move could not defeat Xiaoqin. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiaoqin did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might cause the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yan Sangming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Ruyun and the others. Yan Sangming charged over to Xiaoqin in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiaoqin's sure-kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed, and the shock waves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shock waves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiaoqin took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Jin Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Jin Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Dao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Jin Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Jin Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yan Sangming looked at Xiaoqin, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yan Sangming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black dragon chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yan Sangming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Qin. This startled Xiao Qin. Clearly, he had not expected Yan Sangming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Qin did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Qin circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then, he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Dao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Dao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chen and Yan Sangming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's Dragon Might and the Death Dragon Might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Qin showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Qin, Yan Sangming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Dao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Dao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Dao. Xiao Chen's killing chi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chen was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vain sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yan Sangming before Xiao Qin was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Qin using the 7 kills seal to drive his killing chi, Yan Sangming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Qin did not know that Yan Sangming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yan Sangming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yan Sangming retorted coldly, when I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet. Boom! The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7 kills seal on Xiao Qin slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yan Sangming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me. Yan Sangming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Qin before he landed. However, Xiao Qin suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chen had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chen was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chen punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chen at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yan Xiangming. Theoretically, a flood dragon human could become a heaven dragon. Yan Xiangming had studied the heaven dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the death Tao, he could not make any headway. Not only that. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial heaven dragon's mysteries merged with the supreme dragon fist's final move. When Yan Xiangming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the supreme dragon fist's final move, only I am supreme. Without even thinking, Yan Xiangming used his strong death Tao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. When Yan Xiangming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere, and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die, these words would not be regretted, this body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yan Xiangming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. Although it was only an embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chen merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yan Xiangming's might drowned out Yan Xiangming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yan Xiangming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yan Xiangming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yan Xiangming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's only I am supreme completely drown out Yan Xiangming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yan Xiangming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yan Xiangming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdrawal. Xiao Chen opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yan Xiangming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yan Xiangming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yan Xiangming was defeated, only Xiao Chen remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chen calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chen did his best to control his body. Then, he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chen finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contained the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chen felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiaoqin tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiaoqin controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiaoqin was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiaoqin found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy. Suddenly, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiaoqin's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiaoqin save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiaoqin thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the holy venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sects had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the holy venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiaoqin had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiaoqin, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiaoqin immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yan was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiaoqin? Lu Ruyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiaoqin came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Situ Changfeng said, at that time, I felt that Xiaoqin and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yan Tsangming has not come out yet, Xiaoqin should not have come out so early either. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon, Yan Tsangming and Jin Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiaoqin. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiaoqin? Why is he not out yet? Lu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yan Tsangming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yan Tsangming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now. You! Lu Ruyun and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Ian bloodlines and fight to the death with Yan Tsangming. Upon seeing this scene, Jin Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, Xiao Qin is not dead. We do not know where he is either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools. Chapter 1963. Xiao Qin followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Ruyun, Murong Yen, and the others? Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Qin was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yen and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Qin discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Qin did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Chen's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Chen's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Qin revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Qin would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Qin knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chen's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Qin calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Qin said softly, demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic qi emanated from his body. The demonic qi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Qin circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Chen's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiaochen activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiaochen could not rate divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiaochen knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Dao or the demonic Dao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the divine dragon empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the central great realm. As the ruler of the divine dragon empire, the blood-soaked dragon emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiaochen finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiaochen understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiaochen's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiaochen came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the fire Dao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiaochen's physical body and soul. Xiaochen did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiaochen felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiaochen thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiaochen clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then, he touched another divine character. If Xiaochen understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiaochen to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiaochen could only comprehend to big. Boom! After Xiaochen touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiaochen did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is. In the center of the crystal wall, Xiaochen discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then, he muttered, "Divine Universe Stele." Just as Xiaochen finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Jin Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then, they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the divine crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the divine crystal, crossed many restrictions, and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the divine crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the divine crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Qin and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the divine crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yen and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there. I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yen and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Ruyun looked at Yen Sangming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Qin? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yen Sangming's and Jin Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Sangming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yen Sangming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Ruyun's words, Yen Sangming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Qin at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yen and the others heard the meaning behind Yen Sangming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Lu Ruyun. "Jin Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Ian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yen Sangming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "As you wish." Jin Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yen Sangming insisted, he could only agree. Boom! In that instant, Jin Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yen Sangming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Ruyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Jin Yuan had been in the central great world for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Xiaoqin ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now, it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yen and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. Jin Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Jin Yuan turned into the Kasyapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yen and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly, they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art. If you can learn the 7 kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yen Sangming silently spread out his death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Jin Yuan said in a deep voice, "End the battle quickly to avoid any accidents." As Yen Sangming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man, to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yen Sangming make a move. He is Yen Sangming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yen Sangming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Situ Changfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then, he attacked decisively. 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But, can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Situ Changfeng's intentions. Boom boom boom. Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura hell, trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Jin Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven burning rage. Golden light cauldron. Falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom. The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Jin Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Jin Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Jin Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Situ Changfeng, who was blocking Yen Tsangming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 clouds stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Situ Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me, then. Yen Tsangming brushed past Situ Changfeng and charged at Lu Ruyun, preparing to send Situ Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yen Tsangming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Ruyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yen Tsangming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Ruyun blew away the death qi on Yen Tsangming's body with a palm strike. Then, she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yen Tsangming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yen Tsangming suppressed when he fought with Xiaochen erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yen Tsangming landed a palm strike on Lu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. Situ, are you alright? Lu Ruyun landed and looked at Situ Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Situ Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Situ Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yen Tsangming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Situ Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. Damn it! You 2 bastards! The others struggled to get up. After checking Situ Changfeng's situation, they glared at the 2. So, that's how it is. I know who you are now. After Yen Tsangming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then, the death qi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yen Tsangming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Ruyun. It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator. Yan Sangming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it, reversing the Death Dao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Dao puts even the older generation demonic Dao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barriers saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Sangming's gaze locked on Lu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Qin, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows when he saw Yan Sangming, who exuded a terrifying Death Dao. Holy venerate will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiao Qin brought out his holy venerate will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiao Qin slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yan Sangming's Death Dao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yan Sangming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yan Sangming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the Death Dao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yan Sangming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yan Sangming's Death Dao's might continuously weakened. Jin Yuan shouted anxiously, Yan Sangming, it's time to go. Damn it. A great opportunity is gone, just like that. Xiao Qin can only let them off today. Whoosh. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. The tyrant saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiao Qin drew his saber. Before Yan Sangming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then, Yan Sangming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. He's dead. Jin Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yan Sangming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquis with blood. For some reason, Jin Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiao Qin told him. It was not that Xiao Qin did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber, he needed to see blood. That saber. His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Jin Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiao Qin's hands by chance. At first, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiao Qin was one of fear. If Xiao Qin had used this saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yan Sangming before Xiao Qin. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiao Qin, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiao Qin didn't give him the chance. Clang! After sheathing his saber, Xiao Qin landed beside Situ Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiao Qin frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Situ Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Situ Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Situ Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Situ Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiao Qin, is there any way to save him? Murong Yan asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Situ Changfeng die. Xiao Qin pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Situ Changfeng's life force foundation so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiao Qin treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiao Qin would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiao Qin, is there really a way? Lu Ruyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiao Qin and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can, trust me. Xiao Qin looked seriously at Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Qin looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Qin to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yan Sangming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced, and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom! Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Qin and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yan Sangming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then, he revealed a confused expression. When Xin Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Xin Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiaochen ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiaochen. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiaochen interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yen and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yen and the others had activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qianfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiaochen. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiaochen while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiaochen knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god's shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiaochen's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiaochen drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiaochen showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom! However, as the vast might and pressure from the god's shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it! The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then, he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiaochen using the god's shadow bow at full power and the heart flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiaochen, it was already too late. The god shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiaochen let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With a significant increase in Xiaochen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god's shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the god's shadow bow once more. Then, Xiaochen carried Situ Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiaochen, thank you. Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiaochen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Situ Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiaochen understood Situ Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Situ Changfeng still had to thank Situ Changfeng. This made Xiaochen feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Situ, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiaochen's back, Situ Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yen felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiaochen said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yen thought of many things. He had known Situ Changfeng for much longer than Xiaoqin. Many times, Situ Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yen thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Situ Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Situ Changfeng blocking Yen Cangming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiaoqin appeared. Situ Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yen was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Situ Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yen. He should be the one thanking Situ Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiaoqin showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Situ Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Situ Changfeng's life. Xiaoqin killed Yen Cangming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiaoqin put into them? Xiaoqin did not say anything. He silently carried Situ Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiaoqin returned to the place where he fought with Yen Cangming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Situ Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiaoqin. Kill. As Xiaoqin faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiaoqian's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian. Xiaoqin said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's Holy Son, Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiaoqin would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the Holy Son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yen and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiaoqin looked at Ming Xian and said, "Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave." The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiaoqin rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiaoqin was alone. At most, he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now, it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiaoqin still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The Holy Son Ming Xian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiaoqin. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the Holy Son Ming Xian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, "Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin could not help feeling enraged. This Ming Xian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiaoqin go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current Holy Son Ming Xian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Ming Xian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Ming Xian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Ming Xian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Qin. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Ming Xian give up? Xiao Qin had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment, he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Ming Xian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Qian's eyes, he smiled and said, "Still not giving up? Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate." Caw. Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Qin was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. "Xiao Qin, that stupid bird of yours is here." Murong Yan rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Ming Xian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Ming Xian's face froze. Then, he said sullenly, "What the heck is that? Quickly scatter." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. "Let's go." With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao Qin could relax. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Qin ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. 4 hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiao Qin and the others. However, Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiao Qian's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Situ Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiao Qin felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick! 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 The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiao Qin quickly put Situ Changfeng down. Then, he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiao Qin leaped down along the roots. "Look after Situ Changfeng. Wait for me to come up." Xiao Qin showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiao Qian's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiao Qin placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Situ Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiao Qin to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiao Qin arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiaoqin used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiaoqin felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiaoqin calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiaoqin was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiaoqin could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiaoqin shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiaoqin tried to persuade Xiaoqin with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiaoqin could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom! 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 The ice snow divine flame in Xiaoqian's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin, and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiaoqin let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiaoqin remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiaoqian's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Humph! Xiaoqin stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiaoqin flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiaoqin, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiaoqin could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Situ Chongfeng. Murong Yan asked nervously, "Xiaoqin, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiaoqin felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Chongfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Qin could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. Xiao Qin, what medicinal pill is this? Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly. No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally, Xiao Qin would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Dao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Qin relaxed slightly. Then, he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Qin obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sandstorm scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sandstorm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then, the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven-suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven-suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Qin and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather." This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Qin and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are." That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price. The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Situ Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Situ Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. Xiaoqin, what kind of medicinal pill does Situ eat? Give me one as well. When Murong Yan saw that Situ Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile. Get another one. It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiaoqin seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yan took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yan could not casually offend it. Xiaoqin smiled and ignored Murong Yan's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiaoqin was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiaoqin did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiaoqin should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiaoqin did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The four directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Yin. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiaoqin had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiaoqin found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable, there was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Yin steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Yin steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiaoqin did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiaoqin searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiaoqin felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiaoqin feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiaoqin. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiaoqin's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiaoqin felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiao Chen wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiao Chen? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Chen quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yan, Lu Ruyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiao Chen cultivated. Divine Universe Steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiao Chen entered the stone steel? Murong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yan's guess, Xiao Chen silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "What is Xiao Chen doing?" Xiao Chen smiled as he replied, "This is the divine universe steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is." The group felt shocked at Xiao Chen's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiao Chen, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine universe steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiao Chen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine universe steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine universe steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine universe steel, Xiao Chen wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best, they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine universe steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yan and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chen held the divine universe steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chen nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chen believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chen realize that the divine universe steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chen obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Ruyun thought for a while but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chen for having such a fortuitous encounter. Situ Changfeng is awake. Murong Yan discovered that Situ Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Situ Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Situ Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiao Qin gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Situ Changfeng had not expected Xiao Qin to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Qin nodded slightly. He could tell what Situ Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Situ, sorry. If I had used the strand of wool that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Situ Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Situ Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Wang Lin. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Situ Changfeng did not mind Lu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Wang Lin did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duan Fei, or Xiao Qin, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Aoyan's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the east gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan. These 2 freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Aoyan, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Aoyan was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Qin felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in Desolate God Valley. However, Qin Aoyan did not last even 10 moves against Yan Sangming and veritable essence energy. Qin Aoyan ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Qin had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yan Sangming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli. Just as Xiao Qin was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Aoyan suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Qin's collar with a sullen expression. "Qin Aoyan, what are you doing?" Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Aoyan's eyes. Qin Aoyan demanded coldly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Aoyan?" After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Aoyan was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, "Qin Aoyan, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about." Qin Aoyan smiled and said, "You are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later." Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Qin for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Aoyan, Zhongli, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, "Not them." For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Xianxia and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign emperor Huaqin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiaoqin appeared clearly before the 3. Do you recognize him? The expressions of Zhongli and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Xianxia could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiaoqin. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, "What clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them." Xianxia and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Xianxia. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiaoqian's ancestors in his heart. Xiaoqian offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Huaqin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xianxia like he was a little chick. All Huaqin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Xianxia like he was squashing an ant. Xianxia was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Huaqin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Xianxia's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Huaqin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Xianxia back to the ground. When Huaqin heard that, he could only give up on killing Xianxia. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Huaqin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out." The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Huaqin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The 2's figures flashed, and they left this place. Am I dead? After Xianxia was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhongli and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Xianxia to survive. However, the 2 felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Xianxia. "Senior brother, senior sister Ruyun is still with Xiaoqin," Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhongli looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time. Let's go." The 2 knew Lu Ruyun's identity. Earlier, they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiaoqin and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the 2 still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiaoqin sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Mingxian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiaoqin, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew? Just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. Hua Qingyun. When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heaven-suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then, he said, let's go. Murong Yan and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chen said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang! 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 The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chen learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murong Yan fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Humph. A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chen and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yan and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed-blood dragon has more backbone than the purple-gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chen remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. "However, I like to torture people with backbone the most." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. "Xiao Chen." Lu Ruyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chen, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Ruyun supported Xiao Chen as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant? The sovereign emperor Hua Qin looked at Lu Ruyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed-blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most, he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Aotian was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then, a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock waves spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Ruyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King's status would come to such an insignificant place. White Dragon King, why are you here? The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, Hua Qin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself? The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. Hua Qin said sullenly, I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed-blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating. Boom! The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang! 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 Hua Qin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Hua Qin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein realm's sovereign emperor already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Hua Qin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, Hua Qin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed a sovereign personage. Hua Qin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Hua Qin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Hua Qin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed-blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Hua Qin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed-blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Ha ha ha, Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murong Yen and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then, he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiaochen originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, when he personally saw the person who erased Lu Ruyu's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiaochen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Ruyue could not forget in the abandoned land, the person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Ruyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day, this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here, one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers, and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Ruyue's memories were erased, she said that Xiaochen would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect, it was too insignificant. However, right now, Xiaochen truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Ruyue's memories. Xiaochen had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. You are very good. After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiaochen. Murong Yan and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiaochen spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yan knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiaochen not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiaochen and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiaochen's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ruyun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiaochen was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Ruyun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Ruyun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Ruyun felt some fear for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattached Xiaochen's leg. Xiaochen rejected, "There's no need. It will heal eventually." The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiaochen and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiaochen's leg healed at a visible pace. Then, the White Dragon King arrived beside Situ Changfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of Black Death energy immediately leaked out of Situ Changfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy. Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Situ Changfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move." This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent, Yan Songming. Is he still in the ancient city? A rather clear murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly, he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiao Chen's saber. The moment Situ Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yan Songming died under Xiao Chen's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. He discovered that although Xiao Qin was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Ryua's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people, like that sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, like this silly girl, and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality, they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiao Qin were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. Xiao Qin could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Ruyun pouted, "How am I stupid? How are you stupid?" The White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiao Qin understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. He replied calmly, "However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry." When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiao Qin to death on the spot. Xiao Chen's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiao Qin with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was the White Dragon King, not the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. "Brat, you have guts." The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Ruyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Ruyun continued to support Xiao Qin, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Qin. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid, and you still refuse to admit it. You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yan and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. About 7 minutes later, the sovereign emperor, Hua Qin, led Hua Qingyun, rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qingyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone." "No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come. Let me beat you up. Screw you. Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qinyun. Ha ha ha. You are still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up? The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qinyun, leaving behind something that Hua Qinyun found strange. It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death. Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiaochen and the others followed. 1 hour later, they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand and desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces half a year later. Xiaochen looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murong Yen stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then, he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance. The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiaochen obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiaochen recalled some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then, he said to Murong Yen, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's inheritance palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes." 9 stages. The stages of the inheritance palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know, Xiaochen? The laziness on Murong Yan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. Murong Yan scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss." "Xiaochen, what are your plans after you return?" Situ Changfeng asked. Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, "I have not thought about it yet. I am already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City." The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiaochen was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiaochen indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. The silly bird is back. Murong Yen said joyfully, "This is great. There is no need to walk back." The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture one after another. It was time to go back. Xiaochen took one last look at the ancient city, deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride, but in the end, it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory of the past. There was such a person who once worked hard, had dreams, and fought hard. In the end, he became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate God Valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, the demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sand spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Xianxia came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. Where's the young master? The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Xianxia and not Yan Sangming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Xianxuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master! Don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragon Man race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily?" That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time, it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiaoqin. I hope the next time he sees me, he won't be too surprised. Let's go. With Xianxuan leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiaoqin was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. Holy Sun, where are you going next? Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Shuawu dynasty. During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Shuawu dynasty. Now, there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadow said after some thought, however, I heard that the Shuawu dynasty is now filled with demonic Dao sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you will definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said indifferently, where there is a will, there is a will. Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Shuawu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the sect master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus holy daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, What are your plans? Are you coming with me? How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. "All right, I'll wait for you." The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Shuowu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, two people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the Holy Domain are all waiting. Yes. As the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, the divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then, they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Xiaoqin had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me. What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Xiaoqin to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiaoqin was somewhat puzzled. The three palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the three hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the three hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him. Not to mention these disciples. Xiaoqin was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Xiaoqin heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaoqin saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other two palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Xiaoqin sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? Greetings, hall masters. Xiaoqin bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Xiaoqin. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You can just call me Senior Yun." There's no need to be reserved. Thank you, head palace master. Even so, Xiaochen still felt somewhat restrained and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the 3 hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the 3 of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang, who was at the side, looked at Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist." Xiaochen was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course. The vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated. Or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations." Xiaochen knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a heaven dragon. Xiaochen infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist and instantly overtook Yan Zhangming. This was the best proof. However, Xiaochen had not expected that after he truly became a heaven dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first palace lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiaochen over? Feeling suspicious, Xiaochen asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiaochen would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiaochen created, he would fight to the end, no matter who it was, if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first palace master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first palace master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute, no one noticed it. "You are Xiaochen, that mixed-blood dragon who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man wearing golden dragon armor with Emperor's dragon chi surrounding him opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiaochen had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first palace master said softly, "This is Lord Qinyu, monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City." At the same time, the third palace master's voice projection rang out in Xiaochen's ears. Whether Xiaochen crippled the Supreme Dragon Fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiaochen heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiaochen would not have any complaints. However, if a random golden divine dragon wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. To think that you are not bowing when you see this monarch. When that Qin Yu saw that Xiaoqin did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed-blood dragon who cultivates the supreme dragon fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status. Greetings, Monarch Yu." Xiaoqin spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qin Yu snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiaoqin. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the supreme dragon fist for me right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiaoqin felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qin Yu revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed-blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your supreme dragon fist," Qin Yu threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiaoqin smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the 3 palace masters want to cripple my supreme dragon fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now." Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiaoqin would not practice the supreme dragon fist for Qin Yu. When the 3 palace masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin spoke to Qin Yu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the 3 palace masters. "You are seeking death." Qin Yu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, an insignificant mixed-blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Yu immediately punched at Xiaoqin. This was the Emperor Dragon fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiaoqin at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small perfection sovereign personage, one grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had the support of a divine dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the divine dragon war body. All the bones in Xiaoqin's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then, he punched with the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and Xiaoqin immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiaoqin was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiaoqin gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die. Qin Yu is shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally, he had wanted to kill Xiaoqin at lightning speed, preventing the 3 palace masters from reacting. However, from the looks of it, although Xiaoqin was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiaoqin could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qin Yu's heart. "Stop!" The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up, enraged. This Qin Yu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qin Yu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. Screw you. How dare you injure my brother? You are really damn tired of living. Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hole. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hole. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qin Yu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Masterly, who dares to injure me? Qin Yu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. Beat him up. Vice Hall Masterly shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qin Yu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qin Yu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Masterly shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiaochen looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guard surrounded and beat up Qin Yu. Qin Yu was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guard's experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. Li Yunfeng. How dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Qin Yu, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today, I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother. Yes, Hall Master. Three palace masters, save me." Qin Yu, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Qin Yu turns his head to take a look. At the center of the Great Hall, the three hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Qin Yu said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Paw! With a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Qin Yu again. After blocking 3 moves, Qin Yu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. F***ck, it hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Qin Yu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Don't just stand there, continue beating him up. Yes. Xiaochen silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, "Big Brother Li, many thanks." At the same time, worry flashed on Xiaochen's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall Master Li smiled disapprovingly and said, "Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later." Just as Qin Yu, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Stop! It was the 3 hall masters. The 3 of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The 3rd palace master went over to help Qin Yu up and examined his injuries. "Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed. The third palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The first hall master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, "What happened?" Vice Hall Master Li said, "I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hole. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hole. This is the ancestral rule, so I taught him a lesson." The first hall master said coldly, "Do you know who you beat up?" "This is Monarch Yu. Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu." Vice Hall Master Li looked at Qin Yu in shock and exclaimed, "Monarch Yu? Woo! 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 Woo!" Qin Yu's face looked like a pig's head, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yu wanted to say something but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, "I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters, I'll bring him away now. Woo! 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 Don't let this brat go." Qin Yu sat on the ground, whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Qin Yu could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Chen away. The first hall master and the second hall master said, "It looks like it is a misunderstanding." However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu. The second hall master nodded with a smile and said, "We have to report this matter as it is. I just used a light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing." After saying that, the second hall master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately, a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xiao Chen chatting. Then, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xiao Chen. After that, Vice Hall Master Li barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The 3 palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xiao Chen handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xiao Chen's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xiao Chen felt that these 3 palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already divine Vein Realm experts, yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qin Yu said with some difficulty, "The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xiao Chen has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning." The second hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qin Yu. "Many thanks." Monarch Yu reported it honestly. "Third brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries." After Vice Hall Master Li pulled Xiao Chen out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the three palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it." This was the second Hall Master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon race's people have always been disdainful of mixed-blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qin Yu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed-blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character? How can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first Hall Master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence, Qin Yu came. Who knew, you happened to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Hee hee. Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second Hall Master came to discuss it with me, and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry. Vice Hall Master Li spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xiaochen could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xiaochen imagined. However, Xiaochen had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. The first Hall Master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter has blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. Haha. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He said seriously, Big Brother Li has suffered as well. This time, the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qin Yu. It will be troublesome. However, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, the Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign. Vice Hall Master Li nodded and said, that's right. Hence, you don't have to worry about me. The three palace masters might fear this Qin Yu, but we, the Blood Dragon Guards, do not. From the moment the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6-colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards. This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information.